Call the meeting to order at 5 o'clock. This is the special meeting for December 6th. So we'll call the order, like I said, at 5 o'clock. Can we get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Lara,
Present.
Councilmember Santos,
Here.
Councilmember Fenn,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez,
Here.
Mayor White.
Here. And we'll move on to item B's public comment for items not on the agenda. Do we have any comments for tonight for items not on the agenda?
I have no written comments. Rudy, do we have any callers on the line?
I have no callers on the line.
Okay, so we'll skip to item C. C1 is recognition of outgoing electeds. And I think this is City Manager Gibbs on this item, correct?
Yes, thank you,
Okay.
Mayor. So I would like to individually recognize our outgoing elected officials, and I'd like to start with Councilmember Santos. Yes, I'm here. So I have a plaque for you. It has been a pleasure working with you, Councilmember. You smile more than anybody I know, and that's always encouraging. And I'll just read the plaque quickly. It says, "In appreciation of your leadership and pursuit of elevation for the City of Beaumont as City Council Member, 2018 to 2022. You are certainly going to be missed."
Thank you.
The next one is our esteemed city treasurer, who I was just sharing after not knowing who our city treasurer was in person for many years. I think City Treasurer Janetti has raised the bar. I really believe that he has brought a next level of fiscal oversight for us, and we truly appreciate that very much. Your plaque also says, "In appreciation of your leadership and pursuit of elevation for the City of Beaumont as City Treasurer 2018 to 2022. And last but not least is our city clerk, Mr. Melman, who is on Zoom tonight. Are you there, Mr. Melman?
Thank you.
Okay. Hi there. So again, having been where we were 7 years ago, Mr. Melman as city clerk has also sent us to the next level with public records requests. He's been steadfast in making sure that we always dot our i's and cross our t's. So we appreciate you, Mr. Melman, in appreciation of your leadership and pursuit of elevation for the City of Beaumont as city clerk, 2018 to 2022. And then one more. And this goes to Mayor White.
Oh. All right,
It's an official gavel, so you can gavel Councilmember Lara down.
okay. I can't use it against the next mayor?
I heard that.
No?
This one
Okay.
is particularly for you.
Okay,
It says Lloyd White, Mayor of the City of Beaumont, 2022. And you can feel free to bring it with you to council meetings
Okay.
in case the next mayor isn't doing his job.
I will make sure he moves the meetings along if
Yes,
possible.
yes.
So thank you, and I would like to ask everyone to acknowledge Ray, Barry, and Steve for the work that they've done over the last 4 years, and we do appreciate them. We're going to miss them, so. Okay, so at this point, we'll go ahead and move on to item D1, which is an adoption of the resolution declaring the result of the general municipal election held on November 6, 2022. And that's a staff report from Nicole Wheelwright.
Good evening, council. Before you is the adoption of resolution declaring the results of the general municipal election held on November 8th, 2022. The election was held for the purpose of electing 3 city council members, 1 city treasurer, and 1 city clerk, all for a term of 4 years. The certificate from the Register of Voters for the consolidated election is attached in the packet. And by way of majority votes, it's declared that the following candidates have been elected as members of City Council, City Treasurer, and City Clerk as follows. Mike Lara, City Council Member. Lloyd White, City Council Member. And Jessica Voigt, City Council Member. AJ Patel, City Treasurer. And Elaine Morgan, City Clerk. City Council shall certify the above stated information by way of resolution. And that is in your recommended action in your staff report. Once that motion is adopted, then we'll move on with the swearing-in portion of the agenda.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any public comments on this item?
I have no written comments. Rudy, do we have any callers on the line?
I have no callers on the line.
Are there any comments in person?
No, not seeing any. At this time, I'll entertain a motion from one of the non-reelected council members.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we certify the given election results and waive the full reading and adopt by title only a resolution of the City Council of the City of Beaumont, California, reciting the fact of the general municipal election held in said city on November 8th, 2022, declaring the result thereof and such other matters as provided by law, as are provided by law.
I second.
Okay, roll call, please.
Sorry, let me get back there. Councilmember Lara?
Yes.
Councilmember Santos?
Aye.
Councilmember Fenn?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor White?
Yes. Okay, at this point, we will go to the swearing-in ceremony. And outgoing
If I could
electeds
ask-
stay seated, correct? Okay.
Yes, please. If I could ask all of the newly electeds and the re-electeds to gather at the podium for an oath to be administered by the Chief of Police.
Okay.
I'm behaving here.
Test, test.
I'm behaving here. I'm a good student.
Excuse me, I'm going to come down there. I'm not comfortable.
Okay. I'm gonna block some people, but. You get on the shot, or do you want here? I'll flip around. Okay. Okay. Raise your right hand. I state your name.
Mike Laura,
Do solemnly swear
solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
to support and
the
defend
Constitution of the United States,
the Constitution of the United
the
States,
Constitution of the State of California,
the Constitution of the State of California,
and I will bear true faith and allegiance
and will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States,
the Constitution of the United
the
States,
Constitution of the State of California.
the Constitution of the State of California.
I take this obligation freely,
Take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental
or
reservation
purpose of evasion,
of evasion,
and I will well and faithfully
and I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties
discharge the duties
upon which I'm about to enter.
on which I'm about to do.
Congratulations.
It's perfect, sir.
I'm already halfway in there from what.
Already in there. Can I stand in there with you guys and take pictures? Okay, good.
Can we do that?
Yeah, I'd love to do that. Yeah. Okay. I will.
Okay.
Okay, good. See ya. So I'll be quiet out there. Oh.
There he goes, so. I know, really. Too much laughing. Walk the machine, go.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. We will now move on to item D2, which is the reorganization of city council, selection of the mayor and mayor pro tem. Is this just on me?
I can present this if you'd like.
Okay, thank you.
This item on the agenda is the reorganization of city council and selection of mayor and mayor pro tem. The council recently adopted a procedure for the selection by way of adoption, which is now codified in the Beaumont Municipal Code Section 2.04.090. And a copy of this section has been included in the staff report. Also attached to the staff report is an updated list outlining the rotational sequence, which is as follows. Next in the rotational sequence for mayor would be Julio Martinez, and mayor pro tem would be David Fenn. The recommended action this evening is to ratify the selection of mayor and mayor pro tem per the adopted sequential order process, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any comments, public comments? Okay,
I
thank
have
you.
no written comments.
Okay, so at this time, I would like to make a motion to ratify and move to approve Mayor Pro Tem Julio Martinez as the mayor for 2023 and Councilmember David Finn as the Mayor Pro Tem. I need a second on that.
Second.
And can we get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Lara?
Yes.
Councilmember Councilmember Voigt?
Yes.
Councilmember Fenn?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor White?
Yes, and at this point, we will go ahead and adjourn the special meeting, and we'll call back to order or the, I'm sorry, I don't get to adjourn that. It's all up to you.
Oh, what's that fast? Okay, it's like that. Too bad the internet's that. Okay, so anyway, so with that, we will adjourn the special meeting on December 6th at 5:14.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Congratulations. You too. All right, thank you.
I'm sitting here.
Yeah,
And Mike
Jessica, you're
can
gonna
hang
come over
tight
here.
on this zip link. We're gonna
Slide
keep
to
this.
the left.
You're gonna
Yep.
keep streaming?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, we'll be starting here in just a second. Up there, good. Okay, welcome to the regular session for Tuesday, December 6th, 2022. This is the regular meeting of the Beaumont City Council. And I'd like to call it to order at 6:01 PM. Can I have roll call, please?
Yes. Councilmember White?
Here. Is that my-
Councilmember Voight?
No, yours is.
Here. Councilmember Lara?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Fenn?
Here.
Mayor Martinez?
Here. Right. Today, let's see, for roll call, let's do the Pledge of Allegiance first. Mayor Pro Tem Fenn, would you like to lead us, please?
Yes, please stand. Place your right hand over your heart. Ready to begin.
Okay, do we have any requests for excused absences? Any adjustment requests to the agenda? Or any conflicts of interest disclosure? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to item B on the agenda, announcements, recognitions, proclamations, and correspondence. Item B1, we have a Coachella Valley Rail Project update. Staff report, do you want to introduce our speaker for the day?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This evening, we have Aaron Hake from RCTC here to do a presentation for us on the Coachella Valley Rail Project.
All right, thank you. Welcome, Mr. Hague.
Thank you, Mayor Martinez. Congratulations to all. Honored to be here with you this evening. Talk about what we believe is a transformation.
How would you like to give a holiday gift that will be appreciated every night?
Sorry.
I have two suggestions and a special offer from.
And is your mic on? Is his mic on? Yeah, his mic is on. I didn't hear it.
Well, thank you.
All right.
All right, I'll start over. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's great to be with you and the residents of Beaumont here this evening to talk about the Coachella Valley Rail Project, where we're at, and where we're headed. Before I begin, though, I do want to acknowledge the leadership and the service of Mr. White, who serves as the RCTC Commissioner for the City of Beaumont and has for several years. He also serves on our executive committee and is currently the second vice chair of the commission, and may be moving into a new position here in the next week or so in the officer chain of command. So we're very excited for that and appreciate his service. And do also want to acknowledge the mayor who serves on the RCA board. RCTC also manages the Regional Conservation Authority as of 2 years ago. And so the city of Beaumont is well represented on both of those boards. The project I'm going to talk to you about tonight is on the RCTC side, and one that's been in the works for many years, in fact, decades, and has gained a lot of momentum very recently. And so we thought this was a great opportunity to provide the community and the council with an update on where we're at, answer any questions as we get into this next phase of work. So I want to give an overview about where we are with the project, what the big milestone we just completed. It triggered a lot of media attention and community attention, and is continuing to do so, and then where we're headed. This is a map of the proposed Coachella Valley Intercity Rail Corridor that we are working on at RCTC. You can see on the left, on the west, it's LA Union Station, and on the right to the east, terminating in the city of Coachella, going through 4 counties, Orange, San Bernardino, and Riverside counties, including here in the San Gorgonio Pass. Now, this corridor is, as you know, shared with freight rail tracks. So just probably less than a mile from here is the Union Pacific line. So if you look on the map here, you see where it curves on the north, north of the city of Riverside in Colton. That's where it switches from the BNSF freight tracks to the Union Pacific rail tracks that then come through here. So this is a passenger rail corridor that would share service with the existing freight lines. And the project is envisioned to actually add a third mainline track to those existing tracks, which is mostly double track today. And then we'll build some stations, and I'll talk about that in a moment. So in total, it's 144 miles in length and traverses a huge region. The name of the project is Coachella Valley Rail right now, but it's really about Southern California. There is no east-west connection for rail in Southern California that runs on a daily basis through all of those counties. We do have Metrolink commuter service that's oriented more to the west of here. We are the largest region in the country that does not have daily intercity passenger rail service. And we are trying to change that. And with the infrastructure bill that Congress passed and the president signed in the last year, there's a historic investment in passenger rail, and we are trying to seize on that opportunity. And when we met with the CEO of Amtrak a few months ago when they came to LA, they told us that we are the farthest along of any new corridor of this type in the country towards coming into service. We still have a lot of work to do, but it's a good sign that we're on the way. So back to the slide here, we're looking at 9 proposed stations and a run time from end to end of about 3 hours and 15 minutes. And this is important because if we're going to attract riders to this future rail service, we need to make sure that it's a competitive running time. If we're going to get people out of their cars and choose this, it's got to move quickly. We can't do high-speed rail because, again, we're sharing freight tracks. And so we're limited somewhat in what type of technology we can use, but we do need to make sure it's an efficient service. And interesting stat we put here on the slide today, 160,000 vehicles a day, travelers a day, come through this pass area on I-10. And I don't need to tell you that there is a need for alternatives for that many people if something were to happen on I-10 or just dealing with the daily congestion. So we're trying to provide an alternative to that. And that's what this slide is about. The other thing we're trying to do here is provide an economic jolt to the region, provide more accessibility for people who are either wanting to access jobs here or elsewhere, kind of expand the opportunities for people to get around the region and provide economic investment. We're also looking for something that is a sustainable transportation option. This is where state and federal policy is going, is looking in more investments in cleaner transportation, alternatives to the automobile, and rail is one way to move larger amounts of people with a lower carbon footprint. So during the process of getting to where we are today, we've done a lot of stakeholder and public outreach, including here in the city of Beaumont and in the San Gorgonio Pass area. In developing the environmental document that we approved, that the commission approved in the summer, we held multiple virtual public hearings, public outreach events. We did an extensive social media campaign to drive people to our website to learn more about the project. We had the information bilingual. In fact, today I'm leaving behind here to keep at City Hall some flyers, much like what was provided to you on the dais, in both languages, so that members of the public coming here can get more information about the project. We welcome their engagement. I do want to note in that 504 comments received, over 90%, or actually I think it's right on 90%, of the comments we received were positive towards the project. Very few concerns were expressed. Those concerns that were expressed were about the freight movement that comes through here. There's a lot of growth in freight traffic, and there's a lot of concern about what that means for pollution, noise, traffic, air quality, et cetera. But overwhelming positive response to the project from the public outreach we've done so far. Now, this has been a vision since 1991. That is when the concept for this rail project first started. It really gained momentum starting in 2016 when RCTC petitioned the federal government to get a grant to do the environmental document we just completed. Senator Feinstein helped secure that grant from the Federal Railroad Administration. And just in a sign of how long things take, we got the grant in 2016, and we just certified the environmental document in 2022. Things take a long time. We don't like that. We try to push them at RCTC as quickly as we can. We push our state and federal partners and, in all the ways that we can within the NEPA process and these are environmental processes guided by law. So thankfully we got there this summer. But what we need to do now is move into the next level of environmental analysis, and that's why we're reaching out to to the community and to the city. What we did with this first environmental document was just a high level. We're looking at the concept of adding this rail service. The next phase now is going to look at the specifics. What are we going to be building in these communities? What type of service are we going to be running? What are the details? And so that's the environmental effort we're prepared to embark on today. Once we complete that, we'll be able to get into final design and construction. I've already covered that. We need to get $20 million from the federal government. So last week, we with Caltrans applied to the U.S. Department of Transportation for a $20 million grant from a pot of funds that's available through that infrastructure bill that passed. We need a total of $60 million to complete the environmental analysis. We've got 40 of it already. We need that last 20 so that we can complete this next phase. The city has provided a support letter for that grant. We're very, very thankful. It's very important for these grants that we show broad support, stakeholder support throughout the corridor, and this community has provided that. And that certainly, helps us when we're competing against other regions of the country. As I'll mention, I'll just mention it now. We had a delegation of elected officials and our executive director go back to Washington, D.C. recently to talk with the U.S. Department of Transportation, Senator Feinstein, and our members of Congress to advocate for this grant. And we're looking forward to, in the next couple of months, hopefully getting a favorable result so we can proceed. You know what? I'm going to go back a little bit here. I think it's really important to note some of these things. You'll notice on this map that there is not a designated station site in every location. So you'll see the dots on the map are Union Station. We know there'll be a stop there. We know there will be a stop in Fullerton. We know there will be a stop in Riverside. And in Palm Springs, there's an existing Amtrak station there. Every once in a while, when you're driving I-10, you may see an Amtrak train roll by. It's very infrequent. It's very rare to see it because most of the time it comes in the middle of the night. I think it's scheduled to come through at like 2 or 3 a.m., like 3 times a week. That's not a reliable passenger rail service. I think we can all agree no one wants to ride that, but they do stop in Palm Springs. We're looking to add a stop in the Loma Linda Redlands area, 1 stop in the Pass area, 1 stop in the mid-Coachella Valley, 1 in the city of Indio, and then a terminus in Coachella, where we'll also have the layover facility where we'll store the equipment. So that is a common question we get. I just wanted to kind of get in front of it. Where's the station going to be? That is a process that will play out through this environmental review and analysis. And of course, the community's input will be important in that, to figuring out where is the best place to have the stations along this route, what are the environmental impacts, where are we going to get the most riders? We have to make sure, because this is a public investment, we're getting the bang for the buck, so to speak. So that has yet to be determined, but what we're looking forward to narrowing down during the next part of this analysis. So again, we're here today at the invitation of the city, and we're very grateful for that, just to make sure that we're staying in touch with the community on what's happening here. There's information on the URL provided here on the screen. Mr. White and Mr. Martinez know how to get a hold of me. The rest of you are also welcome to be in touch. We have a great relationship with your city manager and with Ms. Taylor as well, and the rest of your team. So we're happy to be in communication at any time you need as this project, or any others at RCTC, are developing. So I'll stop there and be happy to take any questions if that's appropriate.
Appreciate that. Very thorough. Do we have questions from council? Okay, Mr. Fan?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Quick question for you. So there's a need for a third rail. Is it envisioned that this third rail would be shared with freight, and would they help then bear the cost of that? I understand there's probably a lot of moving parts to that, but is that at least the vision going forward?
Yeah, that's a great question. So let me start first with why the third rail, and then I'll get directly to your question. So as you know, there's a steep grade here in the pass, and these freight trains coming through here can't go that fast pulling freight, and we need to get passenger trains past them. And so the purpose of the third track is to basically allow these faster moving passenger trains to get around the freight and get that competitive run time, so we have reliable service. So the track will be within the Union Pacific right-of-way. It will be on their property. It will be their track. The purpose of the track will be primarily to serve ours, but they will be able to dispatch on it, and they can use the freight, I'm sorry, they can use it for freight service. The question of their benefit is a great question, and it's one that I think we will need to discuss with our partners at the railroad, and will be part of the bigger negotiation and conversation about what is the public and the private investment in a facility like this that's shared use.
Okay, and then we have a grade separation plan for Pennsylvania. And I know that the city of Banning completed one not too long ago at Sunset Avenue. Would that third rail, does that derail our plans? Or does that change the scope of the work that we need to do? And then if so, I'd hate to be halfway into a project and go, nope, it's either gonna need to be wider or it's not wide enough, or, whatever.
Yeah, well, so I think that this is a great point, and I do not know the scope of your current grade sub plan project at Pennsylvania. I do know it's a priority for the city, and we will make sure we coordinate with the city on making sure that whatever we're studying in that environmental document takes into consideration what the city is developing, and vice versa, so that we have a project, hopefully, that serves both interests. That's also a part of why we're going into this next phase. It may be, I can't presuppose anything, it may be that adding this third track and this additional rail service may show that grade separations are needed.
Very good. And I see Mr. Hart has joined us, and so I'd love to hear from him. And sometimes I ask a question just to ask the obvious question.
Yep.
So, and I know that staff and your organization, all that everybody would be working together on it to share information, but it's always good to ask. So,
Absolutely.
Mr. Hart.
Yeah, so thank you. So yes, we've taken into consideration a potential expansion with the grade separation, so it would be able to accommodate a third track.
Great.
Very good. Okay,
Thank
I'm
you.
good. Thanks, Mayor.
Well, I reaffirm our city and our council's support. It's an
Thank you.
excellent project. I think it has a lot of benefit. We always want to affirm our interest in having a station at Beaumont. We've got land right by the track, so it could work out. We can talk. And one of the questions I was going to ask you was about the coordination and support you're getting from our local electeds. But you've mentioned that, and I do know that we have the Inland Empire Caucus. And are you getting pretty good coordination when it comes? I mean, this is a regional project if ever there was a definition for one, so.
Absolutely. So I do have some good news on that front. The Inland Empire Legislative Caucus in Sacramento, it's a bipartisan caucus of the assembly members and senators representing both Riverside and San Bernardino counties. Earlier this year during the budget process, they authored a letter that included this project among their list of things they would like funded out of the historic state budget surplus that there was. Unfortunately, we didn't get funding directed to that project, but by way of that letter, we're encouraged that they're on board. The DC trip did yield significant support from Congressman Calvert, Representative Ruiz, Takano, Feinstein, and Padilla. So basically, everybody who represents this area has weighed in. And I think, if I may, them hearing from you as well when you have the opportunity to speak to them as elected officials is very effective in letting them know that this is an important project to you. Really helps when we're competing against people all over the country.
All right, great.
I have one more question.
Oh, we do have a couple.
Sure. Assuming the funding comes through, and I'm not holding you to anything, but kind of a timeline of, what's going to happen the next couple of years? When do you think this, do you think 10 years from now you'll come back and say it's completed? Again, I'm not expecting,
Yeah.
I'm just trying to get
Thank you.
because we get asked that all the time, oh, it's coming through. And I'm like, well, it's probably a ways away.
Thank you for being very straightforward about that. So I would say that a 10-year horizon is reasonable here, and that's what I would say. Again, can't commit today because we don't know if we'll get the funding. This next environmental phase, the Federal Railroad Administration says they are committed to getting that phase done in 2 years, and we would like to hold them to that because the last phase took 6. So if we get the funding, we'd like to do it in 2. We are always asking our federal partners, what can you do to accelerate or expedite? And then the other timing factor here will be the construction funding. So I mentioned $60 million to do just this environmental part. To do the rest, we're looking at 1 to 1.5 billion. And that is a lot, but in the scheme of what the federal government is spending right now on public transit, I think it's possible.
And is the third track going to be the whole distance?
Good question. No, it would be from Colton east.
Okay. That's all I had. Thank you, Mayor.
Mayor, I did have one question. Do we know if our current infrastructure at Highland Springs supports this as well? Do you know? I'm sure that's a shared location, but.
As far as the capacity of
For the
the
third
existing
rail?
grade separation, I'm not intimately familiar with whether it can accommodate a third. I don't know if you know, Aaron, or not.
I'm not aware.
We have not looked at that. We've only looked at it for current projects we have and future moving forward, so I'm not aware at this time. We could find out.
Yep, will do.
No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, well, we appreciate you coming by. on the
Thank you.
busy schedule, and thank you for the presentation.
Thank you. Have a great evening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, we go to the item C, public comment period. Items not on the agenda. Do we have public comment in person? No, how about phone or by email correspondence?
I have no email requests. Rudy, do we have any callers on the line?
I have no callers on the line.
Okay, then with that, we'll go to item D, consent calendar. Items on the consent calendar are taken as one action item unless an item is pulled for further discussion here at the end of action items. Approval of all ordinances and resolutions to be read by title only.
Mayor Martinez?
Yes.
Can I make one comment prior to council taking action? We have one correction. It's a non-substantive change to one of the items on, D5. There was inadvertently a Roman numeral 2 left off of the applicant's name or the assigner's name on the attachment of the staff report. So that has been changed. We have it paper copy. And again, it is a non-substantive change, but did want to make you guys aware before you take action.
Okay, thank you for that. Do we have any requests to pull or comments on any of the consent calendar items? Mr. Lara, I apologize, I forgot to look up. We're good. All right, seeing none, I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor, I'll go ahead. I'll go ahead and move to approve all the items on the consent calendar.
I'll second that.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember White?
Yes.
Councilmember Boyd?
Yes.
Councilmember Lara?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Fenn?
Yes.
Mayor Martinez?
Yes. Okay, it brings them to item number E, public hearing. Seeing none on the agenda, we'll go to item F, action items. Approval of all ordinances and resolutions to be read by title only. Brings us to action item F1, Downtown Business Incentive Program. And staff report, Mr. Wasinski. Hello there.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Before I start, I do have a PowerPoint that was attached to the agenda. Would you like me to bring that up and run through that PowerPoint in addition to highlighting the staff report, or forgo that?
Do council wish to see the PowerPoint?
I would.
Yes, please do.
All right, thank you. So before you tonight is consideration of a business incentive program for the downtown area in response to various downtown business meetings that have occurred over the past year. The city held a downtown business meeting in March of 2022, and staff presented the downtown area plan that was part of the downtown specific, general plan update. And at that meeting, various items were discussed in terms of what the city wanted to do, what the council's vision was for the area, and then we solicited feedback from the business owners and the landowners throughout that area. And when we did that, we identified certain barriers of entry to the area. And throughout subsequent meetings of the downtown businesses, throughout subsequent economic development committees throughout the entire year, we started talking about downtown incentives to help alleviate or combat those barriers of entry to the downtown area. So the draft incentive program that staff had come up with, based on input from multiple downtown meetings, one-on-one meetings with business owners and landowners throughout the area, was presented to the downtown group in September. And then alterations were made to that draft, and then that was subsequently presented to EDC in October as well as in November. And I'm going to go ahead and go through the result of those alterations and modifications. So all of these are packaged into one program, an incentive package, but there's various components of that. And the first would be a downtown improvement or a facade improvement program. Excuse me. What that would do is to incentivize landowners or business owners to upgrade the facade, the aesthetics of the outside of the business. Really, it would be a $1-to-$1 match of 50% of the total project cost, not to exceed $50,000 of the project total. Reviewed by the design review committee, then with a recommendation going to city council if they meet the eligibility requirements and so forth. What we've decided on this one is certain types of eligible property improvements, typically on the outside of the building, nothing on the interior of the building. Could be as simple as a new sign or a new awning, or completely refinishing the exterior or adding decorative elements to the exterior of the building. We also contemplated other exterior site improvements. We started thinking, well, if someone improves the outside of this building and it looks phenomenal, and they have a parking lot that hasn't been resurfaced in 20 years, that's not the greatest thing ever, right? So can we include these exterior site improvements like parking lot improvements or landscape additions to the program? And the committee decided, yes, we could. The only caveat is that those types of improvements must be done in conjunction with the building. So the program wouldn't just cover someone to apply for new landscaping and not to reface or resurface or do something better for the facade of the actual structure, if that makes sense. So that is that program. The next one is business attraction program. This is similar to what we see in our competitors throughout the region, but this is really focused on our downtown area. And what this would do is it provides incentive assistance to certain types of businesses that we are looking at moving into the downtown or attracting to the downtown. And those are premium casual restaurants, sit-down fine dining, bars and cocktail lounges, breweries, distilleries with small-scale alcohol, all requiring on-site sale, and various entertainment uses. And the methodology or the thoughts going into why we picked these types of industry groups is we believe these 5 uses are the most catalytic in terms of its ability to bolster the downtown, bring in people to the downtown, have them hang out, have them spend money, also to help these and other types of uses that are already here. So that's the concept for this one. For all 5 categories, the maximum dollar amount would be $25,000, provided as a forgivable loan. The only one that would go up to 50 would be the fine dining. So the other 4 would be at 25,000. We're thinking a forgivable loan in terms of years in operation. So if they were in operation for 3 years, the 25,000 would be forgiven, and at the fine dining level at the 50,000, the amount would be forgiven at 5 years of operation. Next one on these, I guess the next 2 are fairly simple. The city has a pre-application process currently in place, and what that does is if certain businesses want to fill out a pre-application for a certain dollar amount, they can get various departments' comments on a prospective project throughout the city. And what we're thinking of doing here is waiving that fee for different business ideas or these pre-applications within the downtown area. And hopefully that will stimulate interest in the area. They will see that the city staff and city council are really pushing different ideas to be generated within this, and it doesn't cost them anything. It doesn't cost them the $900 in order to come up with that idea, put it on paper, and submit it to us and get some comments back. The next one is our building investigation fee. What that would do is waive the amount of $216.91 for building investigation. And what that would do is if a prospective business wanted to look at an existing building, and most of these are aged, older buildings throughout the downtown, this gets our building inspector or building official in there to identify critical issues with that building before they buy it or they sign a lease and now they're 50 grand into a new roof that they didn't know about before, so. And then the last one deals with our sewer fees. And when we went through the industry groups, we're looking at attracting, or I forgot to mention expansion of existing business as well. The attraction program also helps or encourages existing businesses in those categories to expand. So a lot of those are typically associated with high sewer flows, just the nature of the beast when it comes to restaurants or bars or breweries. They have high sewer flows. Those carry with them a high sewer connection fee for a new business. So we're looking at deferring the payments. Originally, I thought a grant would be the best way of doing it, but in speaking to the local business owners, they're like, no, we'll pay it. We just can't afford to pay it up front. We'll pay it back in 2 years. We think that would be more fair. So that's why we've contemplated a deferral program on this one. And then the last component, and I stuck it under sewer because it's somewhat sewer related, and this was one that came up at EDC, was the grease trap or grease interceptor program, in which, because of our regional water quality control board permit and various other requirements, the city is going to existing businesses, existing restaurants, and requiring them to install grease traps or grease interceptors. And those come, some of them, with a fairly hefty price tag. And what we're thinking of doing here is offering a one-to-one match for the project cost for purchase of that device and installation of that device to help lessen the burden of our permit for existing restaurants within the downtown area. Would not be applicable towards new restaurants. And that concludes the rundown of each of those programs. I'll be more than happy to answer any questions on any of those if council has any. As we sit here, the fiscal impact is the $500,000 total for all the programs coupled together. That was an approved amount that council did approve in the fiscal year 22-23 budget. I do want to highlight that as part of the program, staff is recommending those 2 fee waivers, and those would simply be approved excuse me, as a reduction in revenue and not to be deducted from the $500,000 and backfilled, if that makes sense. It just really allows the $500,000 to be spent on the other programs. And lastly, at its November 9th, 2022 meeting, the Economic Development Committee voted to recommend City Council approve the attached Downtown Business Incentive Program. And I can answer any questions. Thank you.
Do we have public comment?
I have no written comments. Rudy, do we have any callers on the line?
I have no callers on the line.
Okay, with that then, just to remind council, so we had a technique that Mayor White developed. I thought it was a great idea. So if we want to comment, we usually put our light on, and then if we don't, then we keep it off, and it kind of helps the flow go faster. I think it's a great idea. We'll continue it. Thank you. But no shot clock. Sorry, Mr. Lar. All right, so with that, I'll open it to council for discussions and questions. That's Mr. Finn. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Warsinski, thank you very much. I appreciate all the work that went into this. I think it's a great plan that we're putting forward. Do you know of any businesses that you've been in consultation with that is just kind of, jumping at it to get started? And then just, I think the levels are good in terms of a maximum, because I want to make sure there's enough, a little bit of money going to a lot of people. So it encourages most of them out there to do something, versus somebody jumping in, one building gets done and they steal all the money, in a sense. So I think it's greatly presented. Just wanted to know what you know of what's in the hopper right now.
Very good question. Very good question, thank you. There are a couple businesses that have been in contact with me. One of them, I don't necessarily know if they will qualify for all of the programs, but at least they're excited. There's other businesses that we've been in contact with that I think will take advantage of them. I'm not certain if any of the existing restaurants even know we're thinking of doing the grease trap program. So my guess is they would be very happy about hearing about that. I know the inspection, the fee waivers will be highly sought after, because I talk to people and when I tell them, well, I'm encouraging you to apply for the pre-application, and they go, okay, how much is it? And I say $907. That sometimes they hang up, or sometimes they they say other things. But to me, it's a deal because the amount of comments you get back from the design review committee for that 907 is priceless. But to a new small business, that's a lot of money.
Mayor, Deputy City Manager Taylor and I did go out and meet with one business that is very interested in the program, and then I met with another business owner that's in a very high-profile location, and he actually brought me a quote. He is very eager to be a part of this program.
Good to hear. Thank you.
Councilmember Voigt?
Thank you. I too think that this is an excellent program, and I think a lot of thought has gone into this, for sure. I think my question is really only around the grease trap program, and I think that investigation. Does our current staffing support the increase in that?
For the grease trap, yeah. So we currently have an environmental compliance manager who already regularly goes out and inspects and monitors not just restaurants, but a variety of other businesses such as automotive and industrial that require various types of discharge permits, clarifiers, et cetera, et cetera. So we do have, this would essentially be part of a job that's already being done, or it wouldn't add anything extra. And in reality, it will help because the ones that don't currently have the grease interceptors or grease traps installed, we regularly have to go out and address backups or clear pipes or anything like that. So once council directs staff after this item, we'll work with the wastewater compliance manager and get this information as well out to the restaurants to make sure we let them know that we have some resources available. And just as a note, coming to council in the near future will be the new program that the wastewater department has been working on, which will itemize out how it's determined if a restaurant will need to have a grease interceptor or not. So we have a whole program that's going to be coming to you guys. It's actually very exciting.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. And I think I just have one other question. Do we know or anticipate what the reduction in fees, what impact that would be?
As far as the waivers?
Yeah, correct.
So in the downtown, I think Kyle was right when he said that the inspections will probably be highly sought after. I don't know that we have a ton of pre-apps for downtown yet. I think that will be forthcoming with the, depending on how this program goes and how much synergy is generated downtown. I think we'll start to see more of the pre-apps, but I do think we'll see quite a bit of interest in the inspection just because the buildings are so old and a lot of times nobody has any clue what's been done in there or how long it's been since something's been done. What we can do is keep track of it for a few months and report back to council so that way we know if it's a big hit to the revenue, or if it's something that's, you know, if we've seen 5 or 10 of them, that's a lot different than if we're getting, you know, 50 of them.
Great, thank you. No further questions, Mayor. Thank you.
Councilmember White?
Yeah, and currently, since most of them are turning it down, or a majority of them, it's not lost revenue, it's just the hours it's going to take that we normally would have been reimbursed for. Could you just explain primarily for Councilmember Voigt what a pre-app is? I'm going
Yes.
to, when you guys throw out things that we all know about, I'd like to just.
My apologies, we haven't done our onboarding yet, so all the acronyms and slang terms. So pre-app is a pre-application process, and what that does is that allows a business owner, potential business owner, or potential applicant for a project or purchase of a building to provide the information to staff. It runs through the planning department, and they provide us a scope of what they're going to do or what they'd like to do. Planning staff carries that through to DRC, which is the Development Review Committee. That's meets once a week on Thursday, and it's made up of someone from every department in the city, and they review the projects based on each of their relative responsibilities and develop comments or conditions based on what's proposed. And so then planning staff formalizes that into a letter that's then sent out to the applicant or whoever submitted the pre-application request. And it basically outlines for them what their requirements would be. So if it's a restaurant, do you need a grease interceptor, right? If there's a change in occupancy load. So are we going from something retail to something where maybe a church is going to be, right? And that changes, are you going to have more entry and exit doors? Are you going to have to do, you know, something to parking or whatever? So it essentially lets someone know ahead of time before they make a big financial commitment, you know, kind of what they're looking at. And that's really why we try and encourage people to take advantage of that process.
And in response to Mr. Finn's question about businesses in the hopper, you mentioned that there were a couple that are interested. Are those existing businesses?
Yes.
Okay, so how do we get the message out about all of what we're offering to prospective businesses? Is that a plan that's going to be developed in Economic Development Committee? Is it something that you've already got some ideas on?
What we're planning on doing is creating marketing materials, and then as staff, plus we'll use our consultant, the retail coach, who's already developing the downtown restaurants that we're looking at going to attract, and give them our marketing materials too, and say, here's some tools in your tool belt. Go ahead and use these in your attraction efforts as well. But we can definitely bring those marketing materials to the Economic Development Committee, likely in January.
Okay.
For review.
One suggestion, if you have something like this, and I'm in a restaurant in Redlands or Yucaipa, I'd love to walk up to the manager owner and say, you know, look what the opportunities are here in Beaumont. I think for us, we probably would be the best, you know, some of the best ambassadors for the city. And, you know, if they already know how aggressive we are about attracting businesses, I think that would work.
Certainly, I'll get you all a small format.
Okay, thank you. That's all I had, Mayor.
Well, I'm excited. You know, one of our goals, council, is to promote economic development. So this is a great program. I'm glad to see the EDC, and congratulations on the members for really getting into being supportive and collaborating. So it's a great a way of looking at seeing how our committees are helping bring things to fruition here. And I do like the way that you have a combination of matching funds, and it's not just all free money. Some of it is holding them accountable as well. And I think it gives them a buy-in, and I think it gives them a way of feeling that, and it gives accountability to the taxpayer as well. So I appreciate that part. Okay, with that then, it looks like we need a motion.
Mayor, I'll move to approve the Downtown Business Incentive Program as presented.
I'll second that.
Roll call.
Councilmember White,
Yes.
Councilmember Voigt,
Yes.
Councilmember Lara,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Fenn,
Yes.
Mayor Martinez.
Yes. And thank you. And with that, we'll go to item F2, sponsorship of the 2023 Cherry Festival. Staff report, Ms. Gibbs.
Thank you, Mayor. The item before you tonight is recommendation to sponsor the Cherry Festival in 2023. This dollar amount, the $100,000, was programmed in the fiscal year 22-23 budget. This item tonight is to authorize staff to spend that money as an expenditure and write a check to the Cherry Festival. It is the 103rd Cherry Festival, and City Council has done this for 2 or 3 years besides COVID. So I think it started in 2017. So other than the 2 COVID years, you have traditionally done this every year. Again, the money is in the recreation program budget already, and this is just authorization to spend that money.
Okay, thank you. Public comment?
I have no written comments. Rudy, do we have any callers on the line?
I have no callers on the line.
Okay. Would you like to address anything from the council at this point? You're welcome to. Not necessary, but if you'd like.
That's right. Thank you, Elizabeth, and Mayor and Council. Thank you so much. I'm Laura Morris with the Cherry Festival for almost as long as Buzz, 31 years. I'm the treasurer and also the general manager for the office manager there. But I wanted to thank you again for this great opportunity and for your continued support. Every dime that we raise goes back into the festival to continue our operation year after year. So I just wanted to thank you once again.
Thank you. Right, so I'll open it up for comments and questions from council. Okay, so right now I'd like to go ahead and a couple of things that I want to bring up. So first of all, I mean, it's an honor and privilege to have something so historic in our city and in our area. 103rd annual festival is something that just has a ring to it. You know, when I'm at the League of Cities, I often will boast about that. Ramona is always boast about, and here we can boast about the 103 Festival. And it's, like I said in my last league, it's older than some cities have been in existence. So with that said, I think it's a critical part of our culture and our town and in our area. However, I think we have come to a point at the $100,000 contribution where we've done it for several times now. We're at the probably $300,000-$400,000 level. And I think that brings about some diligence for our taxpayers to be able to have accountability for some of that money that's being contributed to the committee. So what I am requesting, and I want some council discussion and input, is that we ask the festival to perform an audit of their records so that we understand, especially a beginning audit, that we have a baseline of seeing where we are and then where we go from there as we continue our relationship with them. It doesn't have anything to do with trust. It's just a transparency issue. I mean, this is taxpayers' money that we're donating, and we want to make sure that our taxpayers understand that, you know, it's being donated, and we have records that everything is in good cause. It's transparent, and I think the festival would see that as positive. The association would see it as a positive thing, so that we have the trust of the community, and that our community as well understands that their money is being invested wisely, really. So I would like that to be a condition to our contribution, to have an audit performed, and then be as a part of our annual contribution that we have a continual audit yearly, so that our council feels comfortable and our residents feel comfortable that, so please do that. One quick question, do I need to open up the comment for her to comment? The public speaking? Okay. Oh, so I decide, okay, so continue.
Just a quick question then. So would it be a complete audit, or could it just be a review? Could it be a financial statement from our accountant?
Okay, so that's a great question. So I want to ask some clarification between those, and then I'll give council my recommendation on what I believe we should do. But can we have a clarification of what she's talking about on review and audits and so forth? So the council.
Absolutely. So Assistant, for Councilmember Voigt's information, our Assistant Director of Finance, Lisa Leach, is a CPA. And I would like to ask her what the difference is, being that the Cherry Festival is a nonprofit organization. It's a little bit different than our audit that we go through. There's different types of audits. There's an audit, there's a review. One is significantly more expensive than the other one. So I think Lisa might be able to help shed some light on that.
Ms. Leach.
Yeah, if you have an audit performed, it does a full assessment of internal controls. And that's why it's one of the most expensive to have a full audit. They'll review the controls, they'll look at receipts, they'll look at the bank recs, they'll want to validate a lot of the items, and it's kind of like looking at the books all over again. Something that is not as much money would be a review, and they do look at the bank reconciliations and maybe look at some cash receipts, but they may not go through all the internal controls, and that would be less expensive to a nonprofit organization.
And do you, may I ask, for an association of this size and probably for the county that they probably have, do you think it'd be a significant difference in cost between a review and an audit?
It could be. It could be depending on, what kind of bids you get from the audit firms. It could be because of how much more planning they have to do fraud meetings before they go out and do the audit, and so it's very extensive. So it could be almost like twice of what a review would be.
Okay, all right. And do you have a range of what you think that could be? As far as a number range, are we looking at 10,000?
I don't, but it would depend on the number of staff they send out. It would depend on which staff they send out. If they send out a partner, because that's all that's available, it could be $350 an hour. They send out a staff person, depending on the number of years. If they're a supervisor or a manager, it could range from $125 an hour to $200 an hour. So it kind of depends on who you go out to bid with and what type of person they send out to do the audit. It could be one person, it could be two.
Okay, and then we would get a better feel once those numbers, bids would come back.
Yes, yeah.
Okay. All right, thank you. Any questions from Ms. Lee?
I have a question for you, Lisa.
Yes.
Would it be either more efficient or better expense if we go into a year knowing that there's going to be an audit and a review rather than, I think we need to have a little more discussion with us and the Cherry Festival Committee. And I would hate to, at this point, put 2023 on a path that's gonna delay it. But at the same time, these are questions I think we need to know more about. So are we better off if we know that we're going to be doing an audit before, as opposed to just deciding, okay, it's time to do it? And when I say better off, is it more cost effective and efficient to prepare for an audit before you get your first audit?
Well, so are you guys calendar year for nonprofit status? So they'd be coming up on their calendar year. So do you want an audit performed for the end of the calendar year 22? Or do you want to go back a year and look at 21? It would make sense to probably do it for 22 and do it the beginning of 23. But I don't know if you could do it any sooner. You'd have to do 21 if you wanted to do it any sooner.
Okay, right now, what do you folks do at this point? You mentioned your financials, and I know you have to file taxes every year. What level of scrutiny do you do right now in your finances?
We do have an accountant that does all of our financials for us and files our taxes and does all of our returns as well.
Okay.
Yeah, I just supply them the information. I don't do it myself.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then if I wanted to know if you wanted to just 23 or you wanted to go back 5 years, so I don't know.
Yeah, and I think those are the questions that we really need to discuss.
Okay.
But I think I don't disagree with your approach. I just want to do it in the best way and be prepared, and also give the committee an opportunity to weigh in on what makes best sense. One thing that I don't know if you guys can help me with this is not just a donation, it's an investment. because the Cherry Festival does bring in a lot of business and a lot of interest in the community. And you might come up with an audit, but the audit is not going to take into account, you know, how much our hotels and gas stations and restaurants benefited from the $100,000 that we're contributing. So I think, you know, those are issues that we also need to, you know, to be aware of. So I don't know, is there any way to measure the economic impact of the Cherry Festival? Have we ever tried to do that?
There's software called Placer.ai.
Okay.
And it's free, it's on the web, and it's very comprehensive. And you can plug in location, zip code, you can plug in dates, you can ask it to tell you, you know, it shows you trends. We can certainly print out some reports.
I think if we're gonna go down the path of doing an annual audit or having the committee do that, that we also should, you know, weigh the impact, because it does bring a lot of people to the community, and restaurants are full and hotels book up as well. So that was just my thoughts.
Comments for them, or before we get into council discussion?
I think, thank you, Mayor. My question was just whether or not, out of naivety, is itemization an option? Is that kind of what, I guess that's maybe council
Okay.
discussion, but.
So let's go ahead and, thank you. We're going ahead and have some discussion here, and then if we need to bring them up as well. Yeah. So before we start that, let's go ahead and do we have public comment on this?
I have no written comments. Rudy, do we have any callers on the line?
I have no callers on the line.
Okay. So let me frame what I'm looking for first, and then we can discuss to see what questions we have. So first of all, it's not my intention to make this look like it's cost effective for the city. I'm not trying to justify that the money going out is well spent. That's not what I'm doing. I think even if we were to show that, you know, the cost effective is lower than what that's not really what I'm looking for. What I'm looking for is making sure that the public knows that if part of their taxpayer money is going to a nonprofit at that high level, that nonprofit is doing their due diligence in their records, that we're seeing their audit as far as where did they start, what their accounts look like, what would they spend, what came in, to make sure that, you know, things are, you know, transparent. That's what I'm looking for. Now, how you interpret that and stuff is up for more discussion. You can talk about the numbers and where you see them fall and all of that. But I'm not trying to micromanage the festival, the association. That's not my intention here. It's not my intention to take over and say, you know, Big Brother's here for you. That's not what I'm doing. What I want to do is show the public that you can be confident that the money that we're donating as a part of your taxpayer money is going to an association that has their records open for public, that you can see where the money and the revenues and the expenses go, what their baseline is, what else they have. And when we feel comfortable as a council saying, okay, that's fine, everything's looking good, and you're doing what you do, and, you know, and we can keep contributing. That's what I'm looking for. And it hasn't been done. And, you know, when we're giving 20, 40,000, we might be able to say, okay, but at 100,000, you're almost hitting the $500,000 mark pretty soon. And if we continue with the 100,000, which I have no problem with, I just want to make sure that we have a system that we're creating so that everything is now, and perhaps once we start with an audit, we can go to reviews after that, because it's starting to get now consistent and everybody knows that, okay, this is where the records are, and it's just something that's the standard thing. That's what I'm hoping for. Unfortunately, it hasn't been done, so we might have to start off with a 2022 look to get them going, and it's going to help with their records as well to start what the baseline is, and then know that for this coming up 2023, we're going to be, you know, having the revenues and expenses will be open so that everyone can see as well. And then once the council feels comfortable, and if they still are asking for our contribution from our city, you know, then we can decide whether perhaps we want to change that to an auditor review or so. So that's kind of my background. So that's really where I'm going with this. So with that, did you have more comments? So Councilmember Foyt.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate that. That gave me a little bit of clarity as well as what you were suggesting. Do we have any other organizations that we donate funds of this extent to?
None, not at this level, no.
Other comments?
We do, Boys and Girls Club, what, about 20,000 a year?
It's, yeah, that's CDBG. Yeah,
Does-
that's correct.
Do those funds require audits or reviews?
You want to talk about CDBG?
Yeah, so the county of Riverside requires auditing and reporting, and because of the nature of the services that Boys and Girls Club provides, there is a ton of records and data kept on every family that served through the club, and then all of that goes to the county, and CDBG audits at the end of every year. So city gets audited, Boys and Girls Club gets audited,
And
anybody else.
who pays for that audit?
It's done by CDBG staff. So they're doing more of a program audit, but we're required to produce records of how the funding is spent. When we do a city project here, that involves, depending on what we're submitting for, whether it's bids that we've solicited or time cards for staff time spent on a project or materials or anything like that, we have to provide those records. In the case of someone like the boy, or an organization like the Boys and Girls Club, it would be the same type of audit. So depending on what they're spending the money on, they have to show essentially line for line what they're spending that money on, how they're spending that money, and anything else that's involved in the program. I know that Boys and Girls Club gets money also from the 5th District Supervisor's Office and from other places in the county, so I'm sure theirs is much more complex as well as what CDBG is looking at, but that audit is done by CDBG staff.
So a little more clarification, Mayor. If you were to get the first audit that was done for the Cherry Festival, what would you be looking for? What would you want to see in that first audit?
Well, again, this is a baseline that we're looking for, and I'm sure it's gonna help them as well, is we wanna, because this is taxpayer money, we're going to 100,000. So let's just say hypothetically, they came up when they had $900,000 in a bank account. Then our residents might say, well, why are you giving so much money when there's so much money there? Now, just saying, of course, is hypothetical. Those are the kind of things that we start with to see, okay, what's there and where are we starting with? And I think we're probably gonna get most of our answers in the 2022 or 2023 audit. That's really what I'm looking for, is I want us to make sure that they're comfortable handing their receipts over to an auditor, having the auditor look at them, put in line by line expenses and expenditures and revenues, and then show to the public, here, this is what we spent, this is where our money came through, this is where it went, this is what our end balance is, and so forth. And I think it's just good practice that that's done, so that we can feel confident that when we're donating such a high dollar, that the organization is organized, that it's, it has end balances and starting balances that are appropriate for us giving that high of a number. That's really what I'm looking for. Mr. Lara, Councilmember Lara?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I appreciate that. I also appreciate where you're going with this. What I'd like to suggest maybe is that we take the opportunity of 2023 to sit down with Cherry Festival Association and our finance director and maybe come up with an audit that's going to get what we need. Because one of the things I don't want to do is I don't want to make it too cumbersome for the Cherry Festival Association to do this, nor do I want to make it too expensive. But I believe there's probably something that we can work on that'll give us the transparency that we're looking for without, in maybe a more cost-effective way, is my thought. And I don't know if that's something that maybe we need to look at as far as policy goes for future donations of, a certain dollar amount would have to be, or over a certain period of time. I'm not sure if we want to look at maybe even having a policy at a future time, but maybe we could take the opportunity to use this year to kind of develop what we need to see or what it is that we're looking for so that everybody's on the same page moving forward. That way, at the end of 2023, we can go back and do exactly what it is that we're looking for this upcoming fiscal year, calendar fiscal year for this group. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you. Council, Mayor Pro Tem Finn.
Yes, does anybody have a reasonable ballpark figure that if a review was done by a third party, what that would cost? Is that 10,000? Is that 50,000? Anybody have any kind of an idea versus just going in blind on it? I know it kind of puts you on the spot a little bit, but I also do like the comments that Mr. Laura brought up that if we feel that we have staff time for a review, it'd be nice just to have a staff report come back through of what was reviewed and so forth.
My best guess is it wouldn't be in the $10,000 part because I can't imagine there's too many transaction counts to look at. You know, they probably have just a couple expenditures and then all the revenue. So I wouldn't expect it to be more than that, but it's depends on, you know, who they find to do the audit and who's qualified and who's certified to do the audit because you have to be a CPA to give a full-blown audit and certify that financial statement.
Okay, and then without answering my own question then would be okay, if we expect to incur a $10,000 cost and we're gonna give $100,000 put into the pot, do we now put in 110 to cover that for what we are requiring of them? So just a thought for the moment. Thank you.
Okay, so let me propose a sort of compromise to see if what council thinks. So first of all, and thank you for your comments, Councilmember Laura. So one of the main ideas is that really to lead to transparency, we need an independent auditor. We need a third party. We can't have staff go and look at their records because that's not appropriate because we're the ones that are donating the money. So I really do think that we have to have that independent auditor. Now, if we, and I don't want to put more burden on the association, but in reality, if everything's being done correctly, then there really shouldn't be a burden. I don't understand where the comment is, well, there's just going to be a burden on them. I mean, they're supposed to be doing their receipts and stuff anyway. So, and they have a tax person that they're doing and someone they're doing that with. So I don't see where that would be an excessive burden. But as a compromise, what I would like to suggest is that perhaps we don't do the 2022, that with our donation this year, that we require that there be the 2023 audit for this Cherry Festival, that we would pay 75% of the audit, since we're requesting it, and then go from there. And then we can have this discussion after the audit findings come back to see how we want to continue further with this. But I think it's imperative that if we don't do a 2022 audit as a starting point, which I still think would be a good idea, but if we didn't, and we start now and say, listen, we're going to donate this for you, but expect that all your receipts and stuff for this coming up Cherry Festival are going to be sent to the independent auditor. And we're going to be looking for a report, and we're going to look for an itemized report. And at the end of this 2023, we'll be able to have something that is done by an independent auditor that's professional and that's that we can look at, and then we can take the data from there. Again, it's not my intention to say you're losing this and this is why are you spending that. That's definitely not my intention. The intention is simply to show the public that here's what your money is being donated, here's their revenues, here's their expenses. An independent auditor has gone through the books. This is what we started with as an end balance, as a beginning balance. That's what I'm looking for. So if we were willing to say, okay, let's do a 2023, we'll cover 75% since it's not a burden to their budget. We're requiring, asking and requesting it anyway. Then I would be willing to support the 100,000 if we. So what do we say? Comments on that?
So, Mayor, my experience from what we've gone through in the city is the first one is going to be a big one, and the first one's going to be significant. So my thought would be, I like the approach you're going where the 2023 is not impacted by our decision making tonight. But I think we'd be better off to tweak it a little bit and say we'll pay the 75%, but we should do a 2022 so that we know, so that Cherry Festival knows what's they need to look for in 2023. So if we're going to start this, and we may determine at the end of their event, either we may determine that we want more, or they may determine that they're not interested in moving forward on this approach coming forward. But I think if we do that, if we can help them set it up and do it now, it'll give them more guidance, because we learned a lot from our first one that, was done the right way. We learned a lot about what to do and what not to do, and it helped us moving forward. So I like your idea of us covering the cost of that, because we are asking for it. And if we do the first one, it won't be as hard for the second one. We'll know what we need to do, and they'll be more prepared. And probably it'll go a little smoother, just like we're now doing audits in December, not 2 years after the fiscal year.
Okay, are you willing, what is the cost on the 2022? Is that still a 75-25 you're suggesting, or?
I think so. I think it's going to be a reasonable amount. Yeah, I think if the rest of you agree with that, I'll make that as a motion.
Mayor?
Oh, yes, Mr. Lara.
Yes, thank you. Just a quick comment. As I recall, our donation, and please correct me if I'm wrong, our donation was for basically entertainment for the Cherry Festival. Is that correct? Do I remember correctly?
Yes, you are
Well,
correct.
that's what they've used it for. I don't know, is that what we designated?
That's
it
what the,
It's a portion, because I believe, Laura, isn't the entertainment more than 100,000? Yes. Yeah, so it's a portion of the entertainment, but then it also is for the waiver of police services and park fees.
Okay, so that's a deeper, because I'm just thinking, if it is just for the entertainment, then really that's just a straight 100,000 goes from the city of Beaumont to Cherry Festival Association to pay for entertainment. And I guess my point is that, do we really want to go into a deeper audit of the entire organization? Or is it just an audit of the way that our money is being spent? But now that you mentioned the waiver on the police fees, maybe there's something to look at there as well. So that was my comment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, for point of clarification, we're all saying the word audit. And I want to make sure that we're very clear to the Cherry Festival if we're talking about an audit or a review, because those are, like Lisa said, those are two different price tags.
I'm not comfortable supporting a review at the beginning.
Okay.
I think we can talk about that as we go through, but I don't see how we can get what we're looking for with just a review. My comment.
Okay, and then one more point of clarification. Do you, at some point at a future council meeting, do you still want us to bring back the metrics of the money spent in town, or,
I'm okay to wait a little longer on that.
Okay.
But would you be okay with
no,
that?
I'm good with doing that after the fact.
Okay, all right, thank you.
You good with that? Mr. Lara, you good with that? Okay. All right, so before I entertain a motion, I just want to ask Cherry Festival. So what we've asked is that an audit be done for the 2022 year at 75%. The city would cover the cost, and then expect the 2023 year audit at the city covering 75% of the cost as well. And how would you say, because you've talked to your members already on this, I'm assuming, because staff has talked to you that this was coming up possibly. So have you got I mean, in other words, am I going to have to wait for you to come back to say, hey, we decided we didn't do this, or?
Oh, I don't think so. I haven't taken it to the complete board yet, no.
All right, so what we'll do is we'll have a motion, that'll be our city's decision. You'll take it to your board, and of course, if they decide they don't want to go this route, then that's their.
Oh, yeah, I doubt they would say that. But then, is there a time frame that this would take place? Because I've never been involved in an audit before, so I don't know how long they take.
Yeah.
We can certainly help them through the process.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you, I
we
appreciate
We
that.
definitely want to be here to help, so thank Mr. Lara. Will that be satisfied that we help them along the process, I think? That'd be good. Okay, I'll entertain a motion then. Did you make a motion?
Well, I'll try and make your motion. So I will move that we require a audit for 2022 and moving forward for 2023 as well, and the city will pick up 75% of the cost, and that this will have little or no impact on the 2023 festival. That's my motion.
Do we have a dollar amount that goes with that motion?
We don't know what the amount's going
I'm
to be
sorry,
yet.
but doesn't the motion still need to state that we're going to donate the 100,000, correct?
Tonight, however, what I would suggest is that we bring back the actual invoice to city council so that you know what we're paying for the 75%, what our share would be. And we can work with the Cherry Festival and you know.
So I think I need to amend my motion according to what Mr. Finn is saying, that we will contribute the 100,000 this year. That's part of the
Contingent
motion.
that we have a 2023 audit, right?
2022 audit.
And 2023 audit.
Um,
Because we want 2022, we wanted 2023. We're gonna donate the 100,000 regardless.
I
but
think
we
you
are-
should, I think you should make the motion.
Oh, you want to? All right, so will you withdraw your motion?
I withdraw my
Thank
motion. I'll let
Okay,
you
so
make
with
the motion.
result doesn't, so this is what I'm looking for. So the motion would stand as the city is requesting that the Cherry Festival Association have a 2022 audit performed, with also a 2023 audit performed as well, with the city covering 75% of the cost on both, contingent for their $100,000 donation by the city.
I'll second that.
Okay, with that, roll call, please.
Councilmember White,
Yes.
Councilmember Voigt,
Yes.
Councilmember Lara,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Fenn,
Yes.
Mayor Martinez.
Yes. All right, thank you. That brings us up to item F3, the First Amendment to the Professional Services Agreement with Webb Associates to provide engineering and design services. Jeff Hart, staff report.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Council. Yeah, so the item before you is regarding the, excuse me, the Mesa Lift Station Upgrade and Force Main project. They're actually two separate projects. But just for a little bit of background, the Mesa Lift Station conveys flows primarily collected from Fairway Canyon in the Olivewood area via a 12-inch sewer force main to the city's wastewater treatment plant. The existing lift station and force main are nearing capacity and they need to be upgraded, both the plant and the actual force mains themselves. So this project there is a portion of a future expanded force main already constructed, but it is lacking a significant section. So this project would complete that and then confirm the viability of the existing portion that's been in place and unutilized since it's been constructed nearly 15 years ago. And then during the design phase, some additional deficiencies have been identified, namely three. One of those is there's a portion of the force main on Nichols Road that's near the plant that is not existent, so it does not run as much as we thought it did according to the as-built plans that we have. It's several hundred feet short of that, so we would need to do the additional design to ensure connectivity. Similarly, there is a portion near Western Knolls that does not extend as far as we thought. Fortunately, the section that runs under the freeway was constructed, so that will not need to be a part of this project unless any deficiencies in that segment are uncovered. It's kind of where Dowling's Orchard is, both the 12 and 16-inch force mains cross. And then the third thing that's been identified is, excuse me, there's a large sewer manhole in 4th Street where both of these sewer force mains collect, and then it goes from gravity flow from there to the sewer treatment plant. Not only do these two force mains, one live and one future, but two additional force mains that serve the 4th Street industrial area all the way down to the newer Amazon, even the Project Legs building, they also terminate into this singular manhole. And not only is that problematic from a maintenance perspective, it's really problematic because it's degrading and it's in poor repair. So staff recommends that we authorize additional services to not only rehabilitate the existing manhole, but provide another structure that will allow separate collection of those in order to minimize risk. There is a portion of this recommendation that would, should additional funds be required, when we will pressure test the existing lines to ensure that, like I mentioned before, the integrity is okay. About 20,000 of this is allocated to that. Should they test fine and be in a fair condition, that amount will not be utilized. There's a project accounting summary in your, as well as a funding summary within your agenda packet. And the recommendation is for, excuse me, for City Council to approve the First Amendment to the Professional Services Agreement with Webb and Associates for engineering services in an amount not to exceed $56,639. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
All right, thank you, Mr. Hart. Other public comments?
I have no written comments. Rudy, do we have any callers on the line?
I have no callers on the line.
Okay, with that, any council discussion or questions? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor, I'll move to approve a First Amendment to the Professional Services Agreement with Webb Associates to provide engineering and design services for the Beaumont Mesa Lift Station and Force Main project in amount not to exceed $56,639.
I'll second.
Thank you. Roll call.
Councilmember White?
Yes.
Councilmember Voigt?
Yes.
Councilmember Lara?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Fenn?
Yes.
Mayor Martinez?
Yes. And with that, we are on item F4, preliminary engineering agreement with Union Pacific Railroad for the Pennsylvania Avenue Grade Separation Project. Mr. Hart, staff report.
Yeah, thank you. So as mentioned, this is related to the grade separation of Pennsylvania Avenue. Back in July, council authorized a contract amendment with IDC Consultants to complete the design of the grade separation project. Part of getting this design completed and shovel-ready is an agreement with the UP, the Union Pacific Railroad, for the review of project designs, field diagnostics. They will prepare project estimates for their, what's called their force order of work, which is work that they would actually do in-house, as well as estimates for work that would be done within the right-of-way by our private contractor. And then kind of miscellaneous items such as project meetings and travel. So the UP provided the agreement, and the estimate was reviewed by legal and staff. And the recommended action for this is to approve a preliminary engineering agreement with the Union Pacific Railroad for the Pennsylvania grade separation in an amount not to exceed $450,000. There's also a funding and budget summary of the project accounting within your staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Hart. Public comments?
I have no written comments. Rudy, do we have any callers on the line?
I have no callers on the line.
All right, thank you. Council discussion or questions? Mr. Yes.
I will move to approve and sign a preliminary agreement with Union Pacific Railroad for the Pennsylvania Avenue Grade Separation Project in amount not to exceed $450,000.
I'll second.
Councilmember White?
Yes.
Councilmember Voigt?
Yes.
Councilmember Lara?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Fenn?
Yes.
Mayor Martinez?
Yes. Right, brings us to item F5, award of professional services agreement to Raftless Financial Consultants, Inc. for sewer rate study in the amount not to exceed $41,313. And please correct me if I slaughtered that name. Staff report, Jennifer Eustachian.
Oh, you did good, pretty good. Good evening, Mayor and Council. What we have before you is agreement to go for a sewer rate study. Our last sewer rate study was in 2018. Since then, we have adopted a 2021 wastewater master plan. Within that plan, we have updated our capital improvement plan, and our existing rates are set to expire July 1st of 2023. So being that those rates are going to expire, it's necessary to have a new rate study. That way we can determine that there is enough revenue sufficient to keep the fund stable and to make capital improvements that we have planned within the master plan. So we did an RFP. We received 4 proposals. Those proposals were rated by myself, Public Works Director, and General Manager of Utilities. We rated those proposals. We interviewed 3 of them and then brought forward to the RFP subcommittee the recommendation. And the reason why we we recommended Raftellus is because they have Prop 218 expertise. They've done many and many of these studies all through California. They have California-based staff. All of their staff is based, so that if we needed in-person presentation, they would be able to be here. That wouldn't be a problem. Although you can do some things remote, it's just better to have that presence in person. And they have the staff capacity, so we believe that with our tight timeline, they'll be able to meet that deadline because they have good dedicated staff that could be able to handle that project. And they can start right away. So we have a scoring matrix that is a part of the staff report. You can see how that was rated, and this will be paid from the CIP project WW03. And the recommended action is to award the professional services agreement with Raftellus Financial Consultants, Inc., an amount not to exceed $41,313. And I'm available for any questions you may have.
Great, thank you. Public comment?
I have no written comments. Rudy, do we have any callers on the line?
I have no callers on the line.
Okay, and with that, do we have any questions from council? Mayor Pro Tem Fenn?
Just more of a statement. As a member of the Finance and Audit Committee, myself and Mr. Genetti were the 2 members that reviewed the RFP with staff. And I was appreciative of the comments that were made there and what was shared with us. And this particular firm interviewed well with the city, and I would support moving this forward.
Great, thank you. Councilmember White?
I will move to approve to award a professional services agreement with Raftellus Financial Consultants, an amount not to exceed $41,313.
I'll make a motion to second.
Roll call?
Councilmember White?
Yes.
Councilmember Voigt?
Yes.
Councilmember Lara?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Fenn?
Yes.
Mayor Martinez?
Yes. And with that, that brings us to item F6, proposed change of Planning Commission meeting day. Staff report, Christina Taylor.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Before you tonight is a request for discussion and action on a proposed change of day for Planning Commission meetings. The municipal code establishes that the city's Planning Commission must meet once a month, but does not set a day which the meetings must be held. Currently, Planning Commission meets the second Tuesday of every month with an optional second meeting on the fourth Tuesday of the month if it's needed, and that's just dependent on caseload and projects that are ready and whatnot. So what staff has realized over the course of the last year or two is that Tuesdays are a hot item. We often need Tuesdays for workshops or for other meetings, whether it's downtown, whether it's workshops here at council and whatnot. We also have other committees that meet on other days. Since the Economic Development Committee meets on the second Wednesday of the month, starting at 4 o'clock, the same staff that's assigned to Economic Development Committee is also assigned to Planning Commission. And so in an effort to free up some Tuesdays for other options as well as maximize staff time, planning staff presented to the Planning Commission a request to consider changing from the Tuesdays where we've been meeting to the Wednesdays. All of the commissioners, with the exception of one, had no issue, and the one was not quite sure because I think there was some undetermined scheduling that they were still working with. So we had the nod from most of them on that. Additionally, we've run it through City Manager's Office, Deputy City Clerk, who staffs the meetings, as well as Planning and Economic Development Committee staff, and everybody seems to be able to make it work. Since this body is the responsible body for putting people on the Planning Commission and all of the oversight, staff is requesting that council consider this change of meeting day and The formal recommendation would be adopt by title only, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Beaumont, California, adopting Planning Commission meeting days. And that would be for the second Wednesday of each month.
All right, thank you, Ms. Taylor. Public comment?
I have no written comments. Rudy, do we have any callers on the line?
I have no callers on the line.
Okay, with that, any council discussion, questions, or I will entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor, if I could start with just a comment, I appreciate the level of homework and confirming that it was okay with everybody. It makes an easy decision on our part, so thank you for that.
Absolutely.
So with that, I move that we adopt by title only a resolution of the City Council of the City of Beaumont, California, adopting the Planning Commission meeting days.
I'll second. Roll call?
Councilmember White?
Yes.
Councilmember Boyd?
Sorry.
Yes.
Councilmember Lara?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Fenn?
Yes.
Mayor Martinez?
Yes. With that, item F7, discussion of the Finance and Audit Committee. Staff report, Ms. Gibbs.
Thank you, Mayor. This item tonight was added to the agenda at the request of Mayor Pro Tem Fenn. The Finance and Audit Committee was originally created in 2015. It is a 9-member body. And a second ordinance was done to tweak it a little bit, and I believe change the name of it back in 2016. For those of you that remember, this was the product of the SEO, the State Controller's Office audit. And so it is codified. It is Chapter 2.35 in our Beaumont Municipal Code. 2 city council members currently sit on. The city manager does, as well as a non-voting member. And there is our city treasurer is also a member, and 5 residents, one of which can be a business owner if they are not a resident. We do have 3 vacancies on the committee right now. We did have 3 canceled meetings due to lack of quorum. The last that Deputy City Clerk Nicole and I spoke, not only do we have 3 vacancies, we also have 2 of those 3 vacancies that are up for reappointment at the end of this year. The deadline for applications is this Thursday, and we have not received any applications. There are several subcommittees that have been created within the committee, including internal controls, financial training, CFD training, reserve policy, CalPERS liability, long-term financial sustainability, and bond accountability. And each subcommittee has various tasks that they're asked to accomplish while serving on the committee. The committee currently meets the second Monday of each month. However, the ordinance does require that it meet at least once every 60 days. And the last meeting was held last week. And that was to approve or review and approve the draft audit, which City Council will be seeing on December 20th. And with that, concludes my report.
Thank you, Ms. Gibbs. Public comment?
I have no written requests. Rudy, do we have any callers on the line?
I have no callers on the line.
All right, with that, we'll open it for council discussion. First slide I saw was Councilmember White.
I would like to defer to Mr. Finn because I want to know what direction he's talking about.
Sure. And I appreciate that. Thank you. So I wanted to bring this to the attention to the council prior to assignments that the mayor will make in terms of committee assignments and so forth. And also wanted to make sure that we can engage our public servants or members of the public who help us serve and so forth. I just wanted to give you my perception of what has gone on with the committee. First off, I think it's a great idea to have that, and the city has done extremely well in turning the corner with our finances to the point where I'm going to steal a little bit of thunder from our general manager in her report that the Government Finance Officers Association has notified the City of Beaumont that we are a recipient of a Distinguished Budget Presentation Award. So the city has been doing great. But what I have observed is I want to make sure that we've got valid participation with the committee members. We've had some that not make the meetings. We are currently still under the state of emergency, and so therefore we have the ability to have our meetings done remotely via Zoom. That has made it more convenient for people to attend, but in 3 instances, we've had to cancel the meeting for still lack of a quorum. Perhaps a solution is maybe we shrink the size of the committee members a little bit. We have 2 members of the city council that are on that. We also have our treasurer. Mr. Genetti did a fantastic job in representing the city as the treasurer, and when we would have those meetings, he would provide thorough reports back to the council of what was discussed in those meetings. So it almost makes me think, do we need then 2 city council members to be on that committee meeting, further extend their responsibilities, and then just to hear back a great report from the treasurer, which helps inform the council of what's going on. The reports and things that are reviewed are necessary. I understand that things need to be done in a timely manner, so there may be times that we need to meet in order to move something forward, keep the council on task in terms of deadlines and so forth. But my general recommendation coming in is maybe we shrink the size of the committee by the number of members, and maybe we meet less often to help encourage them to be engaged. I understand that we have new members, and it can be overwhelming. Sometimes they may or may not know what questions to ask. There is a learning curve that they will go through. I've been on that committee now for 2 years. My first 6 months, I was a deer in headlights with that. But now I enjoy it and so forth, and I understand it better. And going forward, I'd like to remain on that committee. But I want to make sure that everybody, is involved, that we can do that. And then with those ad hoc committees that were formed, some of that work has been completed. One of them in particular was reviewing audit findings, and that was the previous years. Those items have been taken care of, and now our audit findings that there was no recommended changes with this last one. So in that Finance and Audit Committee meeting for that, we reviewed the audit findings, but there was no work that needed to be done as a result of the most recent audit. So therefore, do we need to meet again right away and so forth? So that was the basis for bringing it, and again, perhaps maybe with a little help towards the mayor in making those future assignments on who is responsible and who is on those committees. So thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So I started calling you, you stopped, so let's hear.
Okay. So a couple things. First of all, I think you do need the 2 council members. I think it's important and useful. I've sat on both committees, and often the committee has, for example, the business plan, they were in a position where they said, okay, I think we're ready to move this to council. That was several months ago. And I think council member can say, well, the whole purpose of these committees were to do a lot of the legwork so that council doesn't spend an entire meeting going over the details. So you saw how the business plan came together. We asked, at that point, the committee we just said, I don't think it's ready yet for city council. I think giving that input from council members is helpful in the committees. I wonder if we need we could change the ordinance or resolution. I think it's an ordinance, but I think we could run the Audit and Finance Committee similar to sort of like a grand jury. You call it when you need it. In other words, if you know the audit's going to be done in December, then we schedule meetings for December, January. I just think, I agree with you that we need to find a way to make it more relevant, as well as give people a sense that they're actually having an impact on what they're doing. So I think we should really revisit the whole the whole schedule, because I think when we created it, we needed that once a month. We were going through so many, we had a list of 74 items that we had to fix. So I don't know if maybe there's a way that we can say, well, we know the audit's gonna come out, or the committee would need to meet at a certain time in the process of the audit, and then also come back. Because again, the whole idea is to bring us something that's pretty well vetted before we go and start spending a whole meeting on it. So that's just my input.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Voight?
Do we know of any other, thank you, Mayor. Do we know of any other cities around us that have a similar committee? How many sit on that committee? What is their current structure?
We did actually poll some other cities, just trying to facilitate conversation. We didn't get a lot of responses. We did receive responses back from 6 cities around the state. We did personally call our neighboring cities, Calamasa and Banning. The largest committee is 7 regular members. Most of them meet monthly, some meet depending on need. There are anywhere from 2 to 3 members of the city council. One city, Mission Viejo, is 5 community members. The city of Calamasa has 4 members total. There's 2 elected officials and 2 staff members. And what they do, what their role is similar to what we've been talking about: investment portfolio, budget and finance oversight, audits, things like that, so.
Thank you.
Okay. So, sitting on the committee as well, I agree that, to have it, so you either have it monthly scheduled, and then you end up canceling them if we don't have enough, so that everybody knows what day it's gonna be and may arrange that on their calendar. Or you do have an as-needed basis, I kinda like that idea as well, but it seems a little logistically cumbersome, so I don't know how staff would comment on that, but I do like that idea. What happened is, when we first started, it was indeed the projects and the need to have them go through and vet some of that stuff out. That was the whole purpose. And then we developed tasks. If you remember, we had the tasks where we would come up, they asked us, okay, what would you like to see from the Finance and Audit Committee? We had tasks such as the bond. If you remember, we said that, well, council would like them to develop a bond program that they could show I don't know if it was commercial or the real estate or so forth, to explain how bonds work. So the committee worked on that and came up with a product. And then we had one where they worked on the investment policy, and they were, of course, very valuable in that. So, when those things were accomplished, then there's not much left on the list but going over and doing what that insight is supposed to be from the citizen, and that's that oversight. So I think we have to make sure that we keep that in mind. It's very important to have these community members in there, because it's that oversight that we're showing the public. Hey, it's not just staff and council here. So the city that's doing the 2 staff and the 2 council, that, to me, that defeats the whole purpose of having oversight. So I like the idea. Now, if we can shrink the number, I'm up for looking at that, because I think we definitely could shrink that number. I think that could help, and not having them meet just to meet will also help, because a lot of the comments we have on the past members is, well, we didn't have a task, and it would seem kind of monotonous to go over the same thing we went over, and this time's valuable. So having a meaningful task helps to make sure that they're engaged, and having it not so frequently, I think, will help keep them engaged as well. So I'd like to know, Mr. Patel, do you have any input on this, or do you need a little more explanation of what we're talking about on this committee?
Thank you, Mayor. So the state requires to meet every 60 days?
No, our ordinance that city council adopted, the language says no less than 60 days. My comment about the state was, the state controller's office came in back in 15-16 and did a comprehensive internal audit and found 72 findings where we were deficient. And the committee was created out of trying to tackle addressing the 72 findings, and Councilmember White, correct me if I'm wrong here. So city council got together and created an ordinance that created the committee to, number one, tackle all of those findings, to say, almost like a checkbox that says, okay, the finding says this, we're gonna do this, and then council could focus on other things. But part of the responsibilities had to do with reviewing the draft audits and looking at investment policies, things like that. That's all written in the ordinance.
So, trying to be in between both, as having it on demand, as needed versus having it scheduled, maybe having quarterly meetings. That might be an idea, so that way it's still on a calendar. And once a quarter finishes, that following month, we can get together and review it. Maybe that might be an idea from my end.
Good, I appreciate that. We can also do something like an ad hoc on the smaller meeting where you have, if you have special circumstances that pop up, then those people are called to look at that, and if they feel it needs to go to a bigger board, we can do it that way. But if we do shrink the committee, then that might help as well. Councilmember?
I was just going to add to what Mr. Patel brought up, that, because we do have quarterly reports that you are running by the audit committee, I think, right? Yeah, so I think quarterly would work, and as needed when, draft audit comes out, or as you're preparing the audit to bring it to council. All of this would require amending our ordinance.
Thank you, Mayor. I was just going to suggest the quarterly as well, so thank you, Mr. Patel, I appreciate that. I think that's a great compromise to be able to encourage members. I would also suggest that we do lower the membership on that committee. We saw that the largest one around was 7. So, maybe we stick with that 7, since we do currently have, I know we have 3 vacancies, but 2 are set to term out, I believe. So if we would just drop those 2 that were to term out, that may coincide with what we're looking for.
Okay. So does staff, and to write up something new to bring back and then discuss changing the ordinance?
So
Now, how
we
does
can-
that work with time though? Because we've got vacancies open and so forth.
Well, we could bring a first look for the draft ordinance, or the amended ordinance. We'll do a red line. We can bring that back on the 20th, but in order to actually go through the ordinance adoption, we'd have to advertise. We're not having another meeting till January 17th. And so we would have to advertise for January 17th, and then the final adoption would be February 7th.
Well, being that there's no one that's applied anyway, it probably would be fine that we extended that, so, unless we have some people between now and, what is it, Fridays and?
The 8th, correct, Nicole?
8th would be Thursday.
Thursday, yeah.
I'm sorry, I was looking at the calendar. What was the question?
When is the deadline for the applications on the committees? Is it Thursday?
Yes.
Right, so I'm
A point of clarification for the ordinance. Once it was adopted, then there's also an additional 30 days until it's enacted.
Correct. So it would be March 7th.
So would we be able to run on the committee that we have now? Is there a quorum with those that are currently there that are not?
If everybody attends. Yeah.
Okay, and between now and, that would give us into February.
Because we only have to have a meeting once every 60 days, we could go dark in December. We just went through the audit. We don't have anything for them to look at on December 12th anyway. We could really stretch this out until the first.
And I think that makes sense. I mean.
The 1st of February, yeah.
February is what I was looking at. Looking good, comment, okay. So I think this direction is all you need?
Yeah, so we have enough notes that we'll bring back a draft, and then council can discuss it further. We'll bring back a red line.
Can I ask one last question?
Oh, yes, one last question, yes.
Ms. Eustace, so any comments maybe that you can add hearing our discussion that needs to be addressed that you might be thinking of, or do you feel that we're on the right track with this as well?
I think it's the right track. I think quarterly is good because in your investment policy, you have to bring that back quarterly, and that's definitely, you want to do that. You want to look at how your investments are doing. I'd say more than quarterly. There's not too much that changes in there. We do bring monthly financial reports, but from month to month, there's not a huge change. So you probably get more of an idea of how things are doing when you are looking at them quarterly. So I would agree with the direction that the council is going. I think it makes a lot of sense.
Okay, thank you, and thank you, everybody.
All right, thank you for that. Thank you, Mr. Patel, for your comments. With that, we're going to we're done with the action items. That brings us to item G, legislative update and discussion. Taylor?
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of points for council this evening. We did have at Sacramento a swearing in now of our legislative officials for the new session. I did see a couple postings of some bills being introduced on swearing in day. So anyway, staff will again start to monitor what's being introduced this legislative session. Staff also released this week an RFP for new legislative or lobbying services. So that proposal is out on the street and in all the proper places it needs to be. The proposals are due back January 12th. We anticipate to hold interviews shortly after that and have something to council for recommendation on the February 7th council meeting. In between that time, staff will be bringing both the legislative platform as well as a funding priorities identification, and this would be specific to items that we need to seek state and federal funding on. So not all of the funding things that we're going to do like we did in the workshop back in October, but specific to what we'll be tasking our lobbyists with, so that once we have them on board and approved, we can hit the ground running and make sure they're hard at work for us for the big projects that we know we're going to need the money for. So that concludes my report this evening. I am happy to answer any questions, but I anticipate having a more robust legislative report for you guys after the beginning of the year.
All right, and Ms. Taylor, you said legislative platform, was that for the February 7th as well?
I'm aiming for January 17th.
Okay.
For that as well, but the funding priorities are actually more important at this juncture than the overall legislative platform, since we have something we're kind of running with already. We do want to make sure that we have ample time to get the funding priorities identified, because we're anticipating a new round of earmarks at the congressional level, and those could happen in February. They could release info, or it could be in April, but we need to be ready to go whenever those are released. We just don't know how soon it's going to happen.
Very well, thank you. Any questions from council? No? All right, seeing none, we're going to item H, economic development update.
Okay, no update this evening, Mayor.
No update, okay. Item I, city treasurer report. Well, welcome, City Treasurer, Mr. Patel, welcome aboard. Would you like to entertain our report? Or say anything you'd like, because it's all yours.
Nothing for today, thank you, Mayor.
Okay, then. Item J, City Clerk, welcome aboard, Ms. Morgan. Would you like to say any words, or? I'm good. All right, well, thank you for that. Item K, City Attorney report.
Yes, just briefly to report on some of the items that we have been working on for the city. We continue to represent the city in the Il Patafe lawsuit that was filed in both state court and federal court. We filed a 12B6 motion in the federal court action. The tentative ruling of the court is in favor of the city. We're just waiting for that ruling to be finalized by the court. And then in the state court case, the plaintiff has filed a writ petition seeking to challenge the city's actions to enforce its code. And our brief in that action is due in December, by the end of December. Also, we continue representing the city in the case adverse to AIG. This case relates to a claim that the city filed with its theft and dishonesty insurance policy for losses that were suffered by the city under the prior administration, the administration prior to 2015. And so we'll keep you posted on that. The next item is we continue to represent the city in the litigation adverse to James Gregg. We believe that we have that matter settled. We're just working on the final verbiage of that matter. And then also representing the city in the IS versus City of Beaumont litigation. This case is in the early pleading stage. And so we'll keep the council posted in closed session as that case progresses. In addition, in October and November, late October, early November, we worked on a lawsuit adverse to an individual that was planning an unlawful and unpermitted special event in the city. That case is now concluded. Also, we continue to represent the city in litigation adverse to Urban Logic and its successor entity. We also have been representing the city and advising on public contracting matters, land use matters, CEQA matters, labor and employment matters, and questions related to the Brown Act and conflicts of interest. We also recently prepared an audit response letter advising the auditors of the status of all litigation in the last fiscal year. And that concludes my report this evening on the work that we've been doing for the city recently. And then also I wanted to just update the council briefly on AB 2449. And this changes the rules regarding attendance at council meetings remotely. It amends requirements of the Brown Act for elected officials that want to teleconference in and participate by teleconference or video conference. It goes into effect January 1 of 2023. And as I think most of you are aware, the Brown Act previously required that when somebody wanted to attend remotely, we had to list the address they would be attending from on the agenda. This is before AB 361. And then you had to post the agenda at the location you were attending. So if you were attending from your home, you had to post the agenda on your front door of your home or the hotel you were staying in, what have you. And you also had to allow the public to come into your living room and participate in the meeting from that remote location. And I think I may have shared with you in the past that I actually had a situation where a mayor posted the agenda at his home, and it was on sort of a sensitive subject, and a big crowd showed up at his front door wanting to attend from his living room. So under these new rules, you won't be required to post your address that you'll be attending from on the agenda, and you won't have to post on your front door either. But there are some limitations. So one of the circumstances under this law that you'll be able to attend remotely will be where you have just cause or where you have emergency circumstances. And those are defined terms under AB 2449. Just cause is defined as any of the following: childcare or caregiving of a child, parent, grandparent, grandchild, sibling, spouse, or domestic partner that requires you to participate remotely, or a contagious illness that prevents you from attending in person, or a need related to a disability not otherwise accommodated, or travel while on official business of the legislative body or another state or local agency. Just cause, that category of justification for not attending in person, cannot be used by an official for more than 2 meetings per calendar year. So you've got a limit under the just cause exception that I just read the definition for. And then it also defines emergency circumstances as a physical or family medical emergency that prevents a member from attending in person. In that situation, the member must request the legislative body allow you to participate remotely due to emergency circumstances, and you make that request as soon as possible, and then the legislative body, the council, has to take action to approve that you attend remotely due to emergency circumstances. If one of the council members attends a meeting remotely, you have to participate through both audio and visual technology. And when action is taken on an item, if you're attending remotely, you have to disclose if someone over the age of 18 is in the room with you during the time that you're taking action or voting. So that's just an update. Just wanted to make you aware of that because we've been working with AB 361 You passed a resolution as part of the consent calendar tonight that we're going to extend that, but in the coming year, we'll probably be dropping the AB 361 because the emergency that justifies use of that procedure ends at the end of February. So
Okay, so that was gonna be my question. So this is gonna supersede that
it'll replace it, yeah.
at one point?
So if we ever had a situation where there was a state of emergency declared again, then AB 361 procedures, which we've been using for the last, year or so, would be available. But the emergency declaration from the state ends at the end of February, and so we're going to be transitioning into AB 2449.
And does the just cause require the executive body, legislative body to vote on that as well? Or
I
just emergency?
believe it does.
And do you have to state anything specific?
You're supposed to provide without, intruding on your medical issues or what have you, you're supposed to provide some general description. So for example, if you had a contagious illness or something like that, that I'm not feeling well, and you get two times in a calendar year that you can do it for just cause. So some kind of description of why you're not attending, or I have a family member that needs assistance, something to that. But you don't have to give all the detail.
We go, Councilmember White.
Just for clarification, that is only applying to the 5 council members, not the secretary, the clerk and the treasurer, correct?
That only applies to the legislative body members, so only to the council members.
So then we can apply that then to all committees, correct? So for example, so committees can continue to meet remotely without that requirement?
I believe this requirement applies to them as well. So they'll get 2 just cause
Okay.
reasons for not attending in person or an emergency.
Okay, so if it's late in the calendar year, somebody's used 2 already, they're out sick a 3rd time, then that's when they would need to then submit an excused absence, correct?
No, if they're out a 3rd time, and it would either need to fall under an emergency exception or they just won't attend remotely.
Okay.
And you still have to have a quorum present physically at the meeting place when you use these procedures. So you couldn't have all, in the past, during COVID, you could have all 5 council members attend remotely, if you recall that. But under these rules, a majority of the council has to be present physically in a single location to utilize these remote
No more
procedures.
than 2 out sick at a time?
That's right.
But just to clarify that point, so if you would use your 2 and you're still sick and you can't use it, then you would just have to ask for an excused absence and then miss the meeting
Right.
altogether.
You just wouldn't be able to attend remotely.
Right, so that's.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Voigt?
Just for one point of clarification, under the emergency circumstances, there's no limitation on the amount per calendar year.
There's not. So, and that's defined as a physical or family medical emergency.
Thank you.
All right, doing good there. Okay. So that takes us to item L, the city manager report.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I would like to welcome Councilmember Voigt. I look forward to working with you. City Treasurer Patel and City Clerk Morgan, we look forward to working with you as well. And I just want to let the 3 of you know that myself, Deputy City Manager Taylor, and the executive team are all here to help you make this transition. There was a public administrator theorist that said government is different, and it is. So please reach out. We will do our best to help you and answer your questions. Councilmember, or Mayor Pro Tem Fenn took my thunder. I am so proud to announce that Beaumont has been awarded the Distinguished Budget Presentation Award, and I can tell you that has never happened. It was created in 1984, and I know for a fact that it hasn't been awarded in the last 3 decades, so congratulations to everybody. I know that the budget process for this fiscal, the current budget, was a little bit bumpy and painful, but the award is, it's good for a year. It will be included in next year's budget manual, and we will be given a formal award. It's in the mail, and we'll do a presentation at that time to City Council. At the next meeting on December 20th, we are going to ask City Council to set a strategic planning workshop date. And that will be a date in late January, and we'll have more information, but I just want to put that on your radar. This Friday is the monthly chamber breakfast at the Copper Room at the Noble Creek Park District, catered by the infamous Lions Club. We are the sponsor this month, and so I would ask Mayor Martinez if he's available to accept that. They give a present to the sponsors. And then last but not least, our Parks and Recreation Department is hosting the holiday parade this Saturday. I hope to see everybody out there. Dress warm. It's going to be fun. Businesses along the parade route will be open, I understand. So hope to see y'all there.
And I hear we're on the red trolley. Is that what we're on?
The red trolley. So RTA has a red trolley and they don't have windows. I really, really recommend you dress warm. I've ridden that trolley at night.
Okay, so I remember. All right, thank you. Any questions for Ms. Gibbs? All right, with that, then we will go to future items, agenda items. Item M, do we have any thoughts for future agenda? Councilmember White.
I have my, I don't know if biannual is the right word, but my every 2-year request, future agenda item, and that is to review our sign ordinance. Yep. And I think I'll hold off on my others till a couple more meetings into the end of the year.
And with that note, I'd like to include the information electronic part of that, because that was a discussion we had way back when. So when we bring that back, that would be, we had talked about electronic, no electronic, remember, and size and all that stuff.
Electronic signs.
Yeah, so
Okay.
I can throw that in there. That would be great. Would you agree?
I do agree.
Okay.
Yeah, I was primarily in my mind thinking the political signs, but we do need to address that as well. I think that needs to be revisited.
Right, any others? Okay, with that, we will go to council reports. So item N, council reports. We'll start, Mayor Pro Tem Finn, would you start us?
Sure, thank you. On the 1st of December, I attended the Transportation Now Committee, and we had 2 presentations on safety at railroad crossings and so forth, and so it was some nice information that was shared, and so looking forward to at some point finishing the Pennsylvania, crossing there, so we have one less potential danger zone. And I'm happy to report that we've reached out to Union Pacific, and they will be at our meeting to give us a presentation in January. And so if everybody remembers Carmageddon, and I was caught in it, so we're looking forward to hearing from them and seeing what their policies are and so forth, and then how it would relate to our public transportation in terms of our buses and so forth. And get some, maybe some information that could help emergency services as well. So I also, as part of the Finance and Audit Committee, I am on the CFD subcommittee, and we met with staff and our new GIS analysts in terms of what work has been done so far. And our vision with this is a member of the public will be able to go to the city website, type in their address, find out what the CFDs are associated with their property, if any, and then get information like termination dates, the amounts, and so forth, and it be a real neat interactive site. They've got data on one layer of that, and it's looking pretty good. So we're moving right along with that. That's going to be a nice tool that we can help the general public when it comes to those who are coming to the city in reference to buying a home and moving here and what their taxes are and so forth. Because in my feedback that I've received is Beaumont has a bad rap for being high taxes, but most of Beaumont is newer construction. And so if we can help educate the public, then that solves that obstacle and so forth, and we can continue to encourage people to come our way. So, and then also with I apologize, I'm forgetting my committee name at the moment. The PASCOM. The city is co-sponsoring an event with Riverside County Emergency Management Department, Loma Linda University Health, and the City of Beaumont are providing CERT training in January. That's January 13th through the 15th. And what that is a community emergency response team training and encouraging members of the public to get involved, and that training is free. So we're looking forward to that as well. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lara.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate that. Just to also welcome Mr. Patel and Ms. Morgan and Ms. Voigt. I look forward to working with all of you this over this next term. Also, a reminder that we also have a craft fair on December the 10th from 1 to 5 at the Chatney Center. And I understand that Santa Claus and Mrs. Claus will also be there. So from 1 to 4. And that's all I have, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember White?
I have nothing to report.
Okay. Councilmember White?
Thank you all for the support, and I have nothing else to report.
All right, thank you for that. And the only thing I have is that I attended RCA. We had our financial statement review, and we appointed our new chair, which is the same chair. Decided to go another term, so Natasha Johnson from Elsinore, and then Kevin Bash from Norco is the co-chair. And we discussed the species of the month. I haven't had that in a while. It's the Santa Ana sucker. So the Santa Ana sucker is a 3 to 4 inch fish that attaches to rocks and pebbles, and it eats insects in the water, and it's endemic only to this part of California. You don't find it anywhere else in the world. And the concerns are, of course, habitat degradation and how to improve habitat. And with that,
Mayor?
Yes.
Sorry about that. I forgot that I wanted to wish City Manager Ms. Gibbs a belated happy birthday. I think it was her 35th, is that correct?
Close. Thank you.
Well, thank you for that. I didn't know. And with that, so remind the public that we are going into closed session after this, since we didn't have closed session at the beginning. So with that, we will adjourn the regular session of the Beaumont City Council meeting for December 6th at 8:11.
And then we'll go into closed session on item Q1, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1. One case, Melena Garcia, case number 522 CV 1629 SSS KKX. Q2, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2 and/or 3, one potential case. Q3, conference with legal counsel regarding potential initiation of litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D4. That involves one potential case. And Q4, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1. And that involves Megan Reeves versus the City of Beaumont, case number 522 CV 02021 SB MRW.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Pinckney. So we are adjourning to closed session. Give me a nod when you're ready, John. Ready?
Yeah.
All right, so let's get them set up. Good. Okay, we're back from closed session with a report out. Mr. Pinckney, can you report out from closed session?
Yes, the council met in closed session on item Q1, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1, one case, Melina Garcia et al. Case number is listed in the agenda, and there was no reportable action taken on that item. Item Q2, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2 and/or 3, one potential case. There was no reportable action taken on that item. Item Q3, conference with legal counsel regarding potential initiation of litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D4, one potential case. There was no reportable action taken on that item. And item Q4, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1, and that involved one case, Megan Reeves versus City of Beaumont et al., case number 522CV02021SBMRW. There was reportable action taken on that matter. There was a motion to defend the case, and that motion was made by Councilmember White, and it was seconded by Councilmember Lara, and the vote was as follows in favor of defending the matter. And that was Mayor Martinez, yes. Mayor Pro Tem Fenn, yes. Councilmember Lara, yes. Councilmember Voigt, yes. And Councilmember White, yes. And that concludes the report out from closed session.
All right, thank you for that. And with that, I will adjourn closed session at 10:48 PM.